Good morning, chat. My name is Penbu, the programming, puzzle gaming, and music making VTuber on Linux, and today we are building a web app. About time we've done another programming stream. Those seem to be a little bit too few for as somebody who calls myself a programming VTuber. I don't do a lot of programming on stream. But anyway, today's a work session, so if you have stuff that you need to do, feel free to use this time to be productive. So welcome in. Great timing. Writing an email right now. All right, well, go write that email. Hope you can. Hope you find this this time productive and you're able to write the email. I know for me, writing takes a long time. Not because I don't know how to write or that I have trouble writing. It's just I don't like writing, which is interesting because I used to. Actually, no, I don't like writing unless it's something that I really want to write about. If it feels like work, then I don't want to write. But if it's something that I want to write about, I'm a little bit more okay with writing that. Anyway, yeah. So we're gonna be writing. I guess we're gonna be writing code today. Yeah, we're gonna be writing code today. We're gonna be making a SvelteKit app. Because as many of you know who have been here for a while, I like Svelte. And I prefer to use it over React, even though I used to write React professionally. So yeah, we're gonna do this. It's Calidra. I forgot.com. This is old. What is this? I think this was from the old. Yeah, okay, this was from the website. I don't need this anymore. I'm going to open. I'm going to open this off screen because I don't know what's my downloads that I can't show you. Load from file. This one. So some of you may have seen in the YouTube thumbnail that this is the app we're going to be making. What the idea here is that we have a collection of items. Here it's all unsorted, it's pool, and the user is going to put them into this timeline, or whatever it is you want to call it. It doesn't have to be times. Onto this line in a way that is sorted. We're not going to be doing any sort of verifications or anything. This is a pool, and then this is a line that the user can put stuff in, and you're going to be able to drag and drop from here to here, and then also the other way around. Each of these, when you hover over them, or I suppose when you click over them, will show more details here. So every item is going to have a name and possibly a subtitle, and then an ID, which I didn't show here, something that will show up in to be able to identify them as text. Yeah, it's a very simple app, but one that has to be built regardless. I'm not going to tell you what this is for, but I will be needing this in the near future, and you will be seeing this in the near future. But we're going to be building it today. So hopefully it's not going to be too bad. Hopefully we can finish it today. Because it is a fairly simple app. I figured for the drag and drop library, we're probably going to be using Svelte D&D action. There was another one that I saw, Svelte D&D this. But I'm not sure. And while it is Svelte 5 native, I do want the drop targets. And this, at least in the demos, has not been giving me drop targets. So I don't know if that's just a style thing, or if that's something in the library itself. But I would like to have a drop target, for example, or rather than a drop target, look at the examples here, like real-time updating of the items. The only downside of this one, right? So this one, it reorders them automatically, and that's I feel is a little bit better in terms of responsiveness or responsive feel. Because if they insert right away like that, then it just makes it feel more responsive. And yeah, the only downside to Svelte D&D Action is while it does support Svelte 5, it is also it has compatibility for Svelte 3, which means there is some functionality here that is probably, or some interface here that's probably a little bit obsolete now that we're using Svelte 5. And it is probably a bigger library because of that, but also we don't actually care about size because we're not. We're not really. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for this case. But yeah, it is something that we'll have to figure out for like which parts are going to be Svelte 3 specific, and then we can ignore, and then what's the new Svelte 5 pattern. Because it does say here Svelte 5 prefers on consider and on finalize over on consider and on finalize as event handlers and using this way. But that's fine. So maybe it just works the same anyway. I don't know. This one doesn't have as this one doesn't have docs, I think, that are as comprehensive as the other one, or as nice to look at as the other one, I guess. I feel like this might be a little bit easier to read, but also maybe it's fine. I haven't played around with any of these libraries. This might be one of the first times I'm working with drag and drop, actually. So we'll see. This is we're treading into new ground for me. But first off, we have to make a new SvelteKit app. So git commit init, or git init commit. Got it wrong. This is an alias I have that initializes the repo and then also creates an empty. Can't type today. An empty commit, just to start off the main branch. I find this useful because it allows you to rebase a little bit more easily if you need to, but also just gives you a good starting point, and it means that when you diff it, it shows you what code is started. Okay. Creating a project. npx sv create scaffold new project in the app directory, which dot. Yes. SvelteKit minimal. I think that's fine. With TypeScript, yes. Don't need any of these. I don't feel like we're gonna. This app doesn't really need testing, so I'm not really gonna bother with testing. It's fine. Probably. I don't think I need any of these. So I really actually don't care too much about making this pretty. I just need this to work. So we can probably skip most of these. Do I need the adapters? This is going to be hosted on GitHub pages, so I don't think I actually need these. Probably wouldn't hurt to have, though. Don't need that, don't need this. Don't need that, yeah, we're good. Auto. We're gonna go with auto for now. It's probably gonna end up as static later. Auto is fine. NPM. Interesting that they don't have the other ones there. No, don't put this stuff in here. I guess it's fine. I have a true version 1. This looks all okay, I think. Add -a, git commit, add output npx svcrate. And then this is probably the command that we need. We just do that. E, because the last time I did this, I just copied this. Yeah, we'll just take this one instead. This is fine. Okay, VS Code extensions.j, so I don't need that. It's fine. I'm not gonna bother with, like I said, I only need this thing to work. I don't need this to be super clean. So we're just gonna leave it. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and open this. npm run dev. I'm gonna go ahead and visit this link. In tab. I'm going to consolidate these windows here. So to break this apart here, we have this is probably going to be, so this entire thing is going to be a layout or page. This target here is probably going to be one component. This is going to be another component. This is another component. The individual tiles are going to be the components. But there's not a whole lot. There's not a whole lot here. It's a very simple app. But we will end up having to write these. Okay. And app.html, this is fine. We don't need to change that. Routes, layout.svelte, this is fine. We don't really have a favicon, I'll have to change that later, but that's fine. Render children, that's okay. I don't think we need to change the layout svelte. Page, we definitely will. But I don't think we need to really. No, okay. We do want to. This is where my lack of practice comes in, because I work a lot. I used to work a lot with apps that were already built, and so you're working with the individual. You're already working with the scaffolding built in, but here you do have to write everything from scratch or from the ground up. So we can start with. So that maybe this is where Storybook would have come in. Don't want to build in Storybook. This is simple enough that we don't really need it. Now, hold on. I do want to make sure that whatever we build is compatible with this. App.svelte, board.svelte. Use D&D zone. On finalize. Column title. At columns. Okay. Then we have the horizontal list here. Yeah, so the D&D zone is the one that's important here. npm install rather. Svelte D&D action. I don't really need dash save anymore. Will be useful for drag and drop functionality. Getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here, but at least it's something that I know we'll need, so we'll take it. Okay, so we're gonna start off with timelines, or we'll call this timelines, whatever. Doesn't really matter. It's been the working title that we've had, that I've had rather. But like I said, it's not really a timeline. It's just a sort thing, but what else are you gonna call it? This is going to have, as I said, the line, and then also the, what is this called? What are we going to call this thing? The preview. Item grids. Item pool. And of course these don't exist yet, so we're gonna have to get them. So scripts lang equals ts. I will continue to complain that it's lang ts, not lang TypeScript, and they don't have a an alias for it. Okay, so now we have that. We will need the line preview and item pool, but that's fine. Style. Actually, we can start off with just nothing so far. This is going to be a CSS grid. Grid. Consisting of two components. It's going to be this component here and then here. That doesn't necessarily have to be a grid. I think it might just be cleaner to do it that way though. CSS grid. Something I will have to look up because I don't do grids very often. Do I have anything other than divs? Div class of, I don't know, what do you call this thing? And the two hardest things in computer science, one of them is naming things. Work area, sure. Dash work area is so we're going to just lay this out first and not have to worry about the the other stuff for now. Work area display is grids. Grid templates. Values represent the track size, and space between represent the grid lines. Track size can be a length, percentage, or fraction of the free space on the grid using the 1FR. Grid template columns. Grid templates. I think my CSS grid builder might be easier to just do this. I need 2 columns and I need 2 rows. This needs to extend to this here. And then we just go ahead and copy this. So display grids, grid template columns, repeat. Repeat to 1FR. Grid template rows. Repeat to 1FR. And gap is that. Grid column. No, then I need one here and I need one here. Grid row start 2, grid row start 2. Seems simple enough. So in good learning fashion, you do not copy and paste. You type it out yourself. Actually, I think I only need to copy this so I can see it better. So the work area is our parent here. That's going to be displayed grid. We have grids, template, columns. I don't know why we need repeat. I feel like we shouldn't need repeat because we only have the 2. Or I could just do grid templates like this. Yeah, I think it might be easier to do this. So grid template is going to be line, line, preview, and pool. Can I just do that? Will it let me just do that? Ooh, it kind of does. Okay. And which means line is grid. Because I'd rather assign it to an area instead of doing this, because this is a little bit more implicit, whereas this is a little bit more explicit. I have worked with grids enough to know that that's a thing. So this can be grid area, gonna be line. This is gonna be dot preview is grid area preview. How do I spell preview? Yeah. Grid area pool. And with that, we should see it kind of doing that. Why are we not seeing that? Overlay grid display line numbers, display area names, line pool, then lines infinitely. Hey, am I missing something? I feel like I probably am missing something here. Because we have the grid areas. Defines the columns and rows of grids with a space-separated list of values. The values represent the track size, and the space between them represents the grid line. It can be a length, percentage, a fraction of free space using the FR units. Line name, an arbitrary name for your choosing. There's also this. Grid templates. Grid template none, grid template rows, grid template columns. Also complex, wide, handy, simple, all three. Row start, row 1, row start 2, row 1 end. I don't think we need those. Do we need those? Let's go read up on this. Yeah, so this is, I think, what I'm a little more familiar with. You just have this and it just works. Grid template CSS property allows a shorthand consistent with property syntax. Do this. Values. Header, 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 sidebar, main, main. Form the grid template syntax that defines rows and columns on a grid container. Equivalent writing this without the shorthand. Well, let's refresh this. Oh, no, actually no, that didn't change anything. Order matters. Values before the slash get the grid template rows, and after slash get the grid template columns. It's fine. Another example where explicit line names are used on a grid. Sure, which again is equivalent to writing this without the shorthand line names. Grid template properties also accept the syntax and let us explicitly specify the grid columns, rows, and areas at the same time. Header, sidebar, main, footer names of the grid areas. For the grid container, the number of names inside each string specifies the number of columns. Values after the columns like 1FR. For each row, if we don't specify track size on a row, as in the first row of the example above, the size of that row gets set to auto, which should be fine. Values after the columns, like 1FR, no, we said that already. The last line of the example contains a / followed by 2 length values. Those set the column sizes, and since we have 2 columns on each row, we need to provide 2 sizes. We set the first column to 200 and the second to 1FR, which is already kind of doing that by default, so I don't think we need to specify that. The shorthand for explicit properties, not implicit one. Rests only the explicit grid properties to initial values, and doesn't have any effects on the implicit grid properties. For that, there's another shorthand product called grid, same syntax, but also resets the implicit grid properties. So what happens when you set grid template property to none? Sure. Be cautious when using the repeat function. Wasn't designed to work with the grid template property. The idea is that the repeat would get in the way of being able to write things cleanly, where everything can be lined up with white space. Sort of like a simple visualization of the grid. Demo. We'll need repeat later. But do we even need repeat? Because we can kind of get away with Fluxbox for the other one. Maybe. The video. We kind of don't. Hold on. Grid. Can we just use grid then? which is fine, I think. But the question that I have then is, why is this not assigning to the proper areas? Because I've done this before, and it should assign to the proper areas. But it clearly isn't doing that. Grid area gives an item an aim so it can be referenced by a template created with a grid template areas property. Alternatively, this property can be used as an even shorter shorthand for grid row starts, column, whatever. As a way to assign a name to the item, grid area header. As a shorthand for grid row or stuff, that's fine. A shorthand that specifies the location and size of the grid item and grid layout. By setting the value of grid row start, column start, row end, column end one direction in a single declaration. This is CSS Grid's default auto placement behavior. The second grid item in this example would normally be placed in the second column of the grid row. Constituent properties, syntax: 4 values, 3 values, 2 values, 1 value. All 4 constituents set to the value, otherwise they are set to auto. Do I need to do this? Is this what I need to do? Take away the... Aha! That was it. They're not strings. They're just plain names. Okay. So that's that. We created a grid. And that deserves a commit. Now this should probably actually be in a, this feels like it should be in a component. We're gonna do that before we commit to that, actually. We're gonna go ahead and go back out to lib, components. This is going to be timelines.svelte. app.svelte. Sure. So we're going to be working here instead. And this is going to be app. Now this is going to be import app from like so. Failed to resolve import lib components app.svelte because we haven't actually written to it yet. Hey, git status. Git add source. We want everything here. Diff git logged. Git diff hashed. Now we see everything here. Set et equals set et. Sets retab. Set retab. That list. Okay. I set SW equals 2 retab. Try again. Because I thought I saw a tab in there somewhere. Like this. Oh, that's in this one. Now, I'm actually not opposed to having tabs as indentation, but convention, a prevalent convention says not to do that, so I'm not going to do that. Okay, so there's that. Create layout, main layout components. Now that everything's laid out here, we can fill these in one by one. The preview is probably going to be the easiest, so we're going to work on that first. We can remove this. The preview.svelte script lang equals ts. Import preview from lib slash component slash preview.svelte. And that's going to be preview, which doesn't exist yet. Oh, now it does. Okay. Now we're going to take this, and then we're going to build out. The preview is going to be this here. It's going to take in an item, and then it's going to display the things of that item, the data, the details. So for that we need. We're probably going to make this a flex box or something. Might not even need that actually. We can just get away with divs or whatever, because it is going to lay out vertically by default, and we just need to make sure that they're all centered. Okay, so scripts lang equals ts. We will need this because we will need to get props. I don't know if I need to accept, if I want to accept props right now though, because we just need this for testing. Once we get it all tested out, then we can accept the item as a prop. Okay, so this is going to be we have some sort of image here. Maybe we will use Flexbox anyway. Div class container. Style. Dot container is going to be display flex. Flex direction column. We have an image there, and then flex box. Also, again, the CSS tricks one. Because this is really good. Okay, we have flex direction column. We don't need flex wrap. We need justify content center. So that we have it centered along the column. So we have the image, we have the title, it's going to be an H2. We're going to make it span first. So as I said, we have an ID here, which is going to be up here. Or actually, we're going to maybe put that over here. Actually, welcome in. Can't stay long. I just want to say it's a cool idea for a stream. Hope the app design goes well. Thank you. And yeah, feel free to use this time to be productive as well. This is a work session. Time is for productivity and not necessarily learning. But if you do learn something from this, great. But yeah, if you had to leave too, that's fine as well. You will see this in the near future too. Because if it's going to be an ID, do I want to have the ID above here? Or maybe down here? Yeah, we're going to be maybe having the class item ID maybe down there. Subtitle. Description? I'm going to call it a description. I'll call that item name. And so from here we're going to, and then this is a class item item image. And so from here, we have a number of things that we're going to need. There's going to be name here, item.name, item.description, item.id, and then source is equal to item.source, item.image. Yeah, I'm gonna make this an object in case I want to make this in case I want to add. Actually, yeah, no. How about we just do item.image? Let me just do that. So we can spread the image attributes onto there. This feels like it could open us up to injection, but also I don't really care because it's not supposed to be robust. Let's item equals $props. This is how we get props. This is how we. Right, now I said we weren't going to do that yet. Let item is equal to some sort of object that contains image, which contains source, which is going to be placeholder.co, placeholder image, placehold.co. We're just going to make a square. Let's say it's going to be 400. 300s. 400 might be. Yeah, let's maybe go 300 by 300. So I'm expecting these images to be squares of about 300 by 300. The item image is going to be width. And you specify this in HTML because then the browser knows how much space to allocate. Placeholder. It's going to be name, placeholder, description. This is a placeholder. And then we should see this, which is good. This feels like it could be a little bit large. Maybe I just need this to be 100 instead. What do we make that 100? Because it does feel a little bit large. No, it's too small. 250. 256. Power of 2. Now it feels a little bit more comfortable, I think. Okay, so this is definitely a thing. We can make it look a little bit nicer. We do need these to be centered. And I'm not actually sure why these are not being centered. This to that is going to be flex 1-0 auto, I think it was, or was it 0-1 auto? Might have been 0-1 auto. I don't actually remember which one this is. Apparently that didn't do anything. Grow, shrink. Okay, so you want them to not grow. The default is 0-1 auto. Should we? I guess we don't need to do it already in that case. Justify content is center. No, I think I want align items. Not justify content. Align items. This should align everything. Yeah, there you go. Now, do I want that all the way over there? Maybe. So now we have this, we have that, we have that. Now we need to style it. This is a header 1. Does this make sense to be a header 2? I'm not sure about that. Dot item name, let's make that font size bold. No, font size larger. Fonts weight bold. That's that. And we have dot item ID. Font variant italic. We don't actually have an ID here. ID, let's say, is going to be 01. Font style italic. I'm okay with that. And these are going to be user visible IDs, so now maybe what we'll do is instead of doing that, it's going to be this. It's going to be item ID this, item name like this. swapped. Font size smaller. No italics. Maybe we put it at the start. Maybe this is just at the start. That feels a little bit weird. What if we put this before the image? But now it's going to misalign with a pool, which is what I don't want. You know what? This is probably fine. The descriptions are going to be that long, if there even is any. If there even are any. Part of me feels like it should be here. Let me just get rid of this. Yeah, I think this is... No italics. Okay, this is good. So that's this one. Maybe it could go with a little bit of the description. Font style italic. Does this look better italicized? Yeah, let's maybe go with that. Cached, make sure we get everything here. Container, item name, description, ID. Do we really need a whole div for this? Maybe a span. It's gonna be the same thing. No, maybe it should be grids. I don't want to bother with that. Flexbox is fine. Yeah, Flexbox is fine. I don't need this all the way over here either, so this is okay. Now maybe we do want a little bit of room after the image. Margin bottom 0.5x 1ex, just to have a little bit of space. Commit M, build preview component. This component displays the data of the data in the item. The item will be taken, will be accepted as a prop in the future. Is currently hard-coded and will be accepted as a prop in the future. And by that I mean very, very soon. Okay, but we do want to have we don't want to have an interface for this. In here, let's say we're going to have interfaces. I don't know if we should be doing that. This is going to be item.ts. Export default item. Export interface item. Export default item. So export interface item, this is going to have an ID, which is a string, as a name, which is a string, a description, string, image, which is going to have so at the very least source, which is a string, and then alt, which is a string. Export default must reference a value when verbatim's okay. I guess you can't export a type by default. There may be more. This is at minimum, I think, the ones we need. I would rather not depend on an HTML interface if we don't need to here. We're going to type this. This is going to be import type item from lib/interfaces/item. This is really the only one, the one interface that we need. I don't know if we necessarily need to put it under interfaces or whatever, but it's fine. And it all compiles. I think we're okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and amend that. Let item is type item. I think that's probably good. Some of these probably should be... No, let's go ahead and make them all required. Some of them probably can be optional. But it's fine. It's fine. Okay. So then we can turn this into a prop. In which case, let item is equal to let item is equal to props. And this is going to be export interface preview interface props. And this is going to be item is an item. And that's why we created this interface here, because we kind of need it. Now that we're going to put this in here, we are going to take the app. We're going to move this into there. And then we are going to give it to the preview. So this is going to be item is equal to item. Which I can just do like this. And everything else should stay the same. Which would help if I saved this first. Everything else continues to stay the same. Git commit accept item as a prop to preview. Properly typed and everything. This is fine. Later on, we'll need to change this to something else because, as I said, when you hover over this, this preview area is going to change to reflect whichever one you're hovering over. Or whichever one's focused or active or whatever it is. Because we will need to make sure that this is keyboard accessible, mostly. I don't really care about it for the drag and drop part, but maybe we do. I don't know. We'll see if we need time, if we have time. By the way, I know we're going through a lot here, so if you have any questions, feel free to just shout them out in chat. But yeah, this is the placeholder. And then the pool, which we can now work on. I'm going to do this in a separate tab here. We can probably kill page.svelte here now. Pool. Pool.svelte. So this is going to be basically a grid of items that are rendered smaller. So there's going to be script lang equals ts script div class equals pool dot pool, and this is going to be, I don't know, flexbox. Flexbox would be easiest, I think. Display flexbox. Yeah, because rather than having a grid of items, display flex. Because it can be a grid, but we don't necessarily need it to be a grid. Flexbox is enough for this. We have justify content, flex wrap, wrap. So we're going to have a list of items. Man, I wish we had list comprehensions in JavaScript. We kind of do. Array. Array dot from length is equal to 20. 20. Let's go with 20. And then we can do function. I don't actually care about. I to this, and we're going to return this. We're going to have a list of 20 items. It's going to return an item. Oh, why didn't this give me a... Hold up. Why didn't this give me a type error? I'm surprised that didn't give me a type error. Do we have an issue with the TypeScript fit in here. Oh well, whatever. This is gonna give me an array of 20 items, each of which is gonna be an item, and this is going to be string I dot had left with 0 and 2. I'm remembering how pad left works. Pad start. Pad start 2 0. Okay, the other way. So what this will do is that if it is only one digit, so from 0 to 9, or I guess we can do I plus 1. From 1 to 9, it will prepend a 0 onto it. One. This is a placeholder. Placeholder. Okay, so then this is the pool, and then we have each items as each has item, and then we'll have item.id as our discriminator here. Each. Then we're going to have, say, a div. Let's start with a div for now. Class equals item. We'll style that in a bit. And this we're gonna have to extract into a component of its own, because we're gonna need to reuse this in the line in the line components. So we're gonna need a consistent look, but for now we can leave this in here, and we can extract things out later as we need them. There's gonna be an image, and there's going to be a ban containing the ID. So this is going to be image. Let's call this a div actually. Item.image. We'll see how this looks. Then in app.svelte, we will import pool from pool.svelte. Of course there's an error. Okay. I'm missing one. So this is certainly something. It is certainly doing something. Item image and class equals item ID. So in here we need item image is going to be width we should do in HTML here. Width is 64, 48, 48, I think 48. Height is equal to 48. Yeah, okay. That's a start. I think I do actually want this to be fixed with. Maybe this does need to be 1FR, 1FR. Yeah, just so we can split this in half. Because otherwise we end up with this moving when this shrinks. We don't want that. Item ID is going to have text line censor. Dot item going to have border 1px solid black, padding 0.5ex, border radius sets to should trust my instincts here. Item ID, text font size smaller, but also font weight is bold. So now it looks like that. But maybe we want this at the top instead. Do we want this at the top? I think the bottom is probably better here. Or if we turn this into 50 items and we get a bunch more. I suspect I'll probably want to make sure that this is scrollable on its own. Maybe. This is not responsive, I'll give you that. I don't need it to be responsive. But maybe it should be, because it's not going to be much effort to make it responsive. Because I can get rid of the grids, and instead of a grid I can turn it into just a div over here and then another div here, with this being a flex box. Yeah, maybe. But also, as I said, I don't really need this thing to be responsive, so I just need it to work. But this is good. This looks like it could definitely work. Go put this back to 20 now. I don't know if we're gonna have more than 20 items here. There's a array dot from that and that. Yeah, okay. You can add dash A or dash P or whatever. If hashed, see what we have here. So we have from the pool, get from the pool. This will probably want to Allocate space evenly between preview and pool. So then the other ones, get add dash p, we can take that and take that, get add dash a. I guess that's why we need the dash a, so we can get the new file. That item. Pool each item says item, div class item, image class this. Div class item that, pool item ID, and I don't think we need anything else. And 2 px here. No, it's too much. 1 px should be fine, I think. Item image border radius 1ex. So it matches the radius there. Yeah, that should be okay. I'm gonna commit that along with it. Git commit. Add items to pool. Display items in pool. In pool, the pool is populated with hard-coded dummy data. This will be accepted. These will be accepted as props in the future. Okay, now we have that. We will need some way of saying when an item is hovered. And so that it gets over here. But we can accept this as props first. Also, I feel like the TypeScript system isn't working because this is not giving me an error. Because I didn't import a type. What if we remove this? Is it going to give us an error? What's the point of having TypeScript if it doesn't tell me stuff? Am I even doing this right? It's scriptline TS, right? Yeah, it's line TS. Doing so allows you to use TypeScript's type-only features, as all features just disappear when transpiling to JavaScript. Using enums, using private, protected, public, using features not yet part of the ECMAScript standards. Set up a script preprocessor, which we're not going to bother doing. Typing props. Generic props. And to declare a generic relationship between their properties. One example is a generic list of components. A generic list component receives a list of items and callback. Generics items extends. I didn't know it could do that. That's nice. And it needs that because this whole thing is exported as a function. So I need to know how to type that. Makes sense. Okay. Now we need to bring this into there. We're going to take this. We're going to put that in here. Move that there. And the item is now just going to be items 0. Pool items is equal to items, which we can do in shorthand here. And then we can do export interface props is going to be items is an array of items. And then we're going to have let items is equal to, and let items of type props is equal to props. Now that should not have changed anything, except it does because I haven't done that. Item is equal to item 0. Add dash p. This, take this. It's all the same, right? Git commit dash m. Accept item list as on pool as props. As prop. Move dummy data to add, which we're going to fill out later. Okay, so from here, then we have, I think we can try to do the whole hover over thing, so that we can at least get this updating. So, what is the best way to do that here? I think in Svelte 5, you take in yeah, I think in Svelte 5 the new way to do things, the new convention is to just take props. For example, on what is it, on item hover. On item hover is a function that takes in events, mouse events, mouse events, and returns void. We don't actually care about that. There's a thing that takes in mouse event, and I guess an ID. This is gonna be item ID. Yeah, an event handler. We're probably gonna ignore this here, but okay, we can do that. This is a thing we can do, right? I think so. So then when we do from that, and I'm surprised that it isn't complaining because on item hover doesn't exist. Why are you not complaining that we don't have this? So that's going to be an optional prop. Because if it doesn't exist, then we have a default for it. But we will define it here. So let preview item is equal to an empty object. Handle item hover. So function handle item hover is going to take in an E, which we don't care about, and then also an ID. It's going to be an item ID. We're going to be a little bit inefficient here. Because we know that the number of items is small, and we're not going to end up with thousands of items, so searching for an item using find, it should be okay. Should be okay. Preview item is equal to preview item should be equal to items dot find ID is item ID. Let's do that the other. Item ID is equal to ID. Like so. Or the empty object so that we don't end up with issues. Okay. Then we pass in here on item hover. Let's handle item hover. Thankfully hopefully this should just work. And it clearly doesn't, and is this because we have an issue? Based on parse, that's not really anything. Console.log debug. I should just hand over the entire item, actually. There's no point in grabbing it if I already have it. I'll just get the entire item. And then preview item is equal to item. And that simplifies things a whole lot. But this isn't running. Because it's not on hover, it's on... Is there not on hover? Is that another thing? On mouse over, I know is a thing. The target element has child elements, mouse out, mouse over event spires, mouse moves over the boundaries of these elements too. Not just the target element itself, usually mouse enter, mouse events. Okay, I need mouse enter. Usually mouse enter and mouse leave events, behavior most sensible because they're not affected by moving into child elements, which is what we want. Yeah. Now I just gotta figure out why it isn't doing that. Because I'm definitely entering. Console log debug. Okay, so we are entering. Preview item is state. That's probably why. There it is. Do we need to say it's state? Yeah, so the assumption here, actually no, this is fine. Yeah, I think this is fine. We'll probably want a hover style here just so we can show that it's hovered. Lumendev codes, welcome in. HTML code. This is Svelte. So there obviously does have to be some HTML here, but it is a web app. Yeah, welcome in. This is a work session, so if you have something you want to be productive on, feel free to use this time to be productive. Web apps are my enemy. Yeah, well, in this case, it being a web app is the right mode for this, given the use case. I can't really say what the use case is at the moment, but yeah, well, let's just say the web app is the best way to distribute this. And it's not, I'm not trying to make it super robust either, because this is going to be built for a single purpose. Yeah, we're gonna be we're being a little bit sloppy. Not too sloppy though. I was streaming coding till I said Twitch was giving me fake views and my laptop crashed and BitLocker activated. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, yeah, so we may want to consider some hover styles here. Style lang equals sass SCSS. Although I think CSS has native nesting now. Put in a random color here for now. Actually, hold on. I have a... Yeah, no, we can stick with this for now. That's fine. All software devs on Twitch are VTubers or PNG tubers? Is that true? I feel like I've seen some face cam streamers as well. Yeah, I don't actually go around on Twitch looking for software devs. So obviously my sphere is largely VTubers because I'm a VTuber myself. But I actually don't have too much visibility in the rest of the sphere. Some low stream delay. Yeah, Twitch has ultra low stream latency by default. Maybe it's exceptionally low today, I'm not sure. Yeah, so this is going to be good enough, I think. We're going to need to make this... We're going to need to enhance this later, but I think for now that the does change when we hover over it. Do I want to bother with keyboard focus? Because I'm not really gonna need it for this one. 1.5 seconds. Mine is usually like double that sometimes. Interesting. Yeah, actually, come to think of it, I haven't really measured the latency on Twitch. I know YouTube is about 2 to 3 seconds or so. Now Twitch has slightly less, but I don't think I've ever looked at the numbers. Okay. Dash P. Change preview when item is hovered. And it only changes when you enter, which means it can stay up even after you've left the item. There was an old trick on what was it? Was it the Impossible Game? Where one of the levels has you go from here to here, but the middle was all untouchable area. And so the trick, if you had it in a full screen window, was to right click so you open the menu, which takes you out of which prevents the mouse events from being registered, and then you click back in when you're over here. I was making a game and even spent 3 days on making an AI on stream chatbot and stream my crash. Yeah. 3 days. I mean, yeah, long projects. Yeah, I know that I love playing the Impossible Game a lot in school. Yeah, I remember playing it a bit in middle school. Recently, I think it was sometime in the last couple years that I had revisited again. Yeah, it's interesting. Change preview on item and suffered over. Keyboard maybe in. Maybe in the future. Honestly, my stream again? Yeah, or it could. So anyway, the reason why I'm being a little bit sloppy about this is because I have a very specific audience in mind for this. This is going to be used for a one-off, and so I don't actually need to cater to all the use cases. Of course, it's good practice to make it flexible enough so that when you do need to make it more robust, you can still do so. Which is why we're being not too sloppy here. What would this be used for? I can't tell you that right now, but I will say that this will be used in the near future, and it will show up on stream again. In the near future, being within the next month or so. Okay. Now that we have our hover functionality, now we can look at our line here. Yeah, it's unfortunate that the element of surprise it only works if you keep it a surprise. So I have to keep some details hidden here. But to go over what the design here is for anyone who wasn't here earlier, basically, as you can see, we've got it largely built out, at least UI wise. We have a preview. Each of these little squares is an item. Each item has a picture, a name, and maybe a description of some sort. When you hover over them, it shows the details of the item, and then you're supposed to be able to drag and drop from this area to this line area here. And the idea is that you're supposed to be sorting these items or putting them in some sort of order. So this is an unsorted pool here, and then this is presumably a sorted line, but it's up to you to order these yourselves or yourself. So we will need drag and drop functionality for that, which we do have a library for, which we'll probably get to very soon because we are going to be working on this line bit next. So I don't necessarily need the line here, as long as these are in a line. Is your main language Svelte or however it's spelt? So Svelte is a UI library for, UI framework for building interfaces. I think I can say that I've moved to Svelte in terms of UI frameworks. So I used to work with React when I was programming professionally. I hate React, and then I started using Svelte on my own stuff, and I prefer that. Yeah, one of these days, I think we do have to do a React stream of some sort, just for the pun. You know, vtuber does React stream, but I have to figure out what to make first. Maybe we'll do a to-do app or something. Because as much as that's a very popular starter app, I've never actually built one. Just go with the crowd and use popular ones, which is fair. Svelte is becoming more and more popular as time goes on. I think Stack Overflow. Did it reach #1 or like #5 or 3 or something? It was pretty high in one of the Stack Overflow surveys one year. It might have been the top for Rising framework or something. But yeah, it was definitely high on developer satisfaction. React, I think React and to a slightly lesser extent Vue and Angular I think are still the top frameworks, but Svelte is getting up there. Okay, so this is actually a fairly simple. All right, we were going to extract this into a thing. Container. What is this? This is a preview. This is. We're going to need item here. And we're going to take this, we're going to put that in here. As a game dev and programmer, it's hard to find dev engines that are free and easy to learn, plus ratio on Unity for stealing money. I use Godot and Python. Yeah, I was going to say Godot sounds like the niche filler there. Why is it looking like this? Why does it look like this? Syntax highlighting, please. Godot is open source, it doesn't take money from devs. Yeah. I think if I ever have to use a game engine, Godot is definitely one of the ones I'd be looking at. Also not that, yeah, niche was probably not the right word for it. The right tool for the, I don't know, fills the use case. Maybe that's the way I'll put it. Yeah, I don't know why my syntax highlighting is being like this, but also I don't care. Style. 46% of devs used in the GMTK game jam this year. It's the biggest game jam. Okay. Yeah, when I think of game engines, like it's definitely one of the ones that I find is very popular. So I would believe that it's no longer niche. I'm gonna call that item thumb. I need this to be no, so this is gonna be item from item TS, imports, item, item thumb, because I can't call it item because otherwise that clashes with the type. From lib/components/item thumb.ts .svelte. Tried getting it, but for a lot of games I want, just not my thing. I'll also like how easy GDScript is to read, but there's difficult syntax and stuff. What was it? I heard of a new scripting language for a game engine recently. I think it might have been Unreal Engine, and Verse was the new scripting language. They had an interesting, syntax. Hold on, I can find the video because I had sent that in my server the other day. This video, so if you ever have a chance to look at that, it's very interesting because apparently if a function can fail, so let's say we have a function called f, so in Verse, at least according to the video, you can call functions using the usual round parentheses notation, but if the function can fail, like throw an error or whatever, then you have to use it with square brackets. Now the interesting thing there is that arrays, you can think of them like functions that take in an index and then that returns an item, right? And so if the index doesn't exist, then the array, then getting that index from the array can fail. And so this is basically, this syntax is basically an extension of the array syntax. So it's interesting, and I found that pretty interesting. Blueprint is a cool idea though. Making Visual Script your main language is so cool. Of course, all visual languages that can actually be used professionally are confusing watching right now. Yeah, so there was another one. Yeah, so I think Blueprint might have been the visual one that they had, and I hear according to the video they're deprecating it or something, and then replacing it with Verse. Well, possibly with the outlook that scripts are going to be AI generated now, and so it might be useful to have something that LLMs can work with easily. Maybe. It's been a while since I've watched the video, but I recalled him saying something like that. So each item thumb, this is going to need to say or move to source lib components item thumb.svelte. I don't know why this is not giving me any errors. Which is kind of concerning. That's going to take in an item. So that's going to take in an item. That's going to be import type item. I'm actually trying a community-made plugin for Go that's like Blueprint. Yeah, Node. I do think node-based interfaces are pretty interesting. I don't know if I've ever worked with a node-based programming language. I've used Scratch, which is the I think the most visual language I've played around with before, but that's a slightly different visual programming language. No, that's not true. There's an app on Android called, oh, what was it? Trackers and Counters or something. It's on F-Droid, and it has a node-based programming interface. You can take Lua snippets and then you can connect them using nodes and whatnot. Export interface props. This is going to be an item on hover, I guess, is also going to have that. It's going to be a function that takes in this. Yeah, I don't think we actually need this, but it always felt kind of wrong when I was in React, and the handler wouldn't have any wouldn't have a way to get the event. So I think this probably makes sense. So on hover is that. We're gonna make this on hover, and then this is going to be on hover is equal to on item hover. Why are we not calling it the same? And that's because the outer component, the pool, if you call this prop on hover, then it would imply that if the entire pool is being hovered, then it would trigger. But we actually want it on every individual item. So I think in that case, this makes more sense to do. Okay, so nothing should have changed here. We still have an item thumb. It's being rendered here. We moved everything inside. As a Scratch kid that has made 100+ Scratch games, I enjoy node-based scripting language better. Might make my main for simple scripts like movement, and then whatever I can't do in something in Node, I'll use GDScript. Code in Node faster, I figured out. Typing is hard for me because I type so slow, and when I need to use symbols such as those. Yeah, I think node-based is definitely a level of abstraction that can help you think more efficiently, because then you aren't dealing with the intricacies of syntax and whatnot. I think there's obviously a place for traditional coding, but having something node-based does help does help bring it to a higher level of abstraction, and whenever you're at a higher level of abstraction, it does tend to mean that your ideas translate a little bit more directly. Okay, hold on, we lost something here though. Item image, item ID. I think it has something to do with why this is not... Why this is, lang equals SCSS. Maybe? Internal error. What do we have? Item is not defined. Right, because we haven't actually... let item is equal to props item on hover. We didn't actually accept props. Of course, I've grown out of Scratch now since I want to be an indie dev. I'll always keep traditional code of Python. For Python, even if something comes out, I think it's good to have balanced stream and work on game. All right, well, good luck on your game. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, it's always good to have a traditional programming language under your belt, but also the flexibility of being able to use other stuff. Yeah, good night. Actually, let me give you a shout out here. I don't know who you are. I don't think have I ever seen you around here before? I don't think so. But yeah, if anyone wants to go see what Lumen is up to, there you go. We're back from our streams. All right, well, hope to see you around then. Okay, does this work? Okay, now it works. Yeah, no, I do see it working. Very good. I think we can say that if the preview doesn't exist, if the item doesn't exist, then actually, if the item doesn't exist, then it doesn't matter. We can leave it like no, it's fine. We can handle that later. So we're gonna go ahead and extract this out. New class container. Preview. Now we don't need these because we've used this elsewhere. No, actually, sorry, this is from the preview. We do need that. So now we've extracted this out. I still don't know why this looks like this, but that's fine. Okay, whatever. Extract item thumbnail item thumb cards into own components. This will also be used in the line components. Okay, so now that we have that, we have line here. Now we can import the item. Script lang equals ts scripts imports type item from lib interfaces /item.ts imports item thumb from lib components item thumb.svelte. And so now we basically do the same thing here, where we take an each we actually just reuse the same thing. Can we just use the same component? Because it is just going to be a list. It is actually just going to be a list. It's the same thing. The only difference is that the line is going to be instead of being left aligned, it's going to be center aligned. But you know what? I don't care too much about clean codes, and I think it could make sense to have this be styled differently. So this is fine. Flex justify content center. Let items preview pool import line from line.svelte, and we're going to say line items is equal to items, which we can shorten to just this. Let items is equal to props to props, and we can take the interface from this because it's going to be the same thing. I'm going to take that. We could actually just reuse the same thing because it does feel like it's going to be the same thing. This is the same code as this. Okay, so how do I insert a style? Actually, yeah, you know what? Why don't we just reuse the same thing? Because if we don't need it, then we don't need it. So if this is gonna be that, then we're gonna say this, and then it just works. It works the same, and we get it for free. I think we're actually probably gonna get rid of grids, because I do kind of want that. But yeah, in terms of, I think we can just reuse that. So we're not gonna have line.svelte. This is fine. I think we will need an alignment thing here. The line items is going to be either start or center. Actually, do I care? I'm not sure I care. I do care a little bit. Items is equal to items.slice, say 0 to 5. Take the first 5 items. I do care a little bit. But I want that to be centered. Hold on, align start. Dot align start. And And then dot align center is equal to I think it's center, right? Flux start, start, self start, and then center. Yeah, center is fine. I don't need align items. Actually, it's justify content. Justify content. I don't like mixing styles like this, but I'm not sure if I have a choice. We pull, and then pull, and then align. Hold on, we're gonna do that again. I think it is going to be pull, and then align. I'm gonna make this a little bit easier. Line start, line center. Justify content starts, justify center, justify content like that. I have this. And that has to be a comma instead of a semicolon. And then this is going to be justify content is equal to center. Hello? Is that right? Oh, but it's not even showing up there. Okay, so something's wrong here. It has align. Oh, because it's align center. It's justify center. That's what we want here. Refresh. Why is my HMR not working? Okay, that's a good start. So then if we add more, let's say we have all 20 items, because eventually it'll need to be. I do feel like I probably need some way of showing that this is... that this wraps this way. Surely. I feel like we do need something of that sort here. Or you can add in first, last. We'll do that. Not really. Before and after. Before is equal to some sort of content, and after some sort of content. These should probably be snippets. But it's fine. These are going to be optional. And so if we say before, after, this is going to be a span. This is also going to be a span. Yeah, I think that'll probably be clear enough. If we have some sort of before and after. And then this is going to need to be aligned to. I think that's going to be a Fluxbox thing. Align middle. That's where line items comes in. Yeah, there we go. That's what align items is for. Okay, that works out. And so this is going to be if before, then we make that, and then if after, we do that. So we don't need to render that if it doesn't exist. We don't have any extra spans in there that we don't need. Source lib components line, because we don't need that anymore. We can close that. Okay. Which means we start with what am I looking at? So if we have 0 items, we have an empty array, this is going to look like that. I want a little bit something else here. Class is equal to text before. Text after. There are before label and after labels, so they're a little more descriptive. So if before label, after label, after label. And then we're going to have before label is going to be, say, border right 1px solid black. After label is border left 1px solid black. What happened to my HMR, man? 2px solid black. Padding is 1ex. Border. Border radius is 1ex. Is that what we have for this one? Border radius 1ex, padding 0.5ex. We may turn that into a component. It might make sense to turn this into a component. Because if we're going to have the same styles for the before label and the after label, then it doesn't make sense to do that. Font size smaller. Something about this doesn't feel right. But also maybe it doesn't matter too much. We're gonna maybe go for this, so that's probably fine. Alright, gonna do the drag and drop thing in a bit. But this at least is okay. Okay, so we can make the card components. Script lang equals ts. This is going to be slash script render children. Let children equals props. It's just going to pass through like that, but it's going to have styles. Style lang equals SCSS. And then this is going to be card is these. Island Thumb is going to be a card. Gonna be a little bit problematic. And the reason I say that's problematic is because this is not going to... The padding comes from here, which means the hover styles is going to... Cards, hover background. We're gonna put that over here, and instead of this, it's going to be cards, hover, background is equal to. We're gonna make it that. I don't think you can do that. I think you can do this. I don't think you can do this. You know, you can't do that on the on a custom element or a custom component rather. But I think this works. It's not a valid attribute name. This thing you can do? No, that's not. Well, maybe it is. Imports card from... I'm surprised this isn't complaining about not being able to find card. Because it really should. Render children tags can only call expressions. Is it not? Is it not? This is a variable. Ah, because it's a function. There's a way to do a svelte fragment that has those variables. Be component props. Is this it? CSS var prop box. Oh, you can. Okay. So maybe you can do this, and then you don't need this. Oh, that's nice. Svelte CSS wrapper, and then display contents. Yeah, okay, that's good. That's good. So this is how we inject that. It's still a little bit not great that we have to do it through the Svelte templates, but that's fine. Okay, so now we have this. Those are the first, those are the last. Before probably turn this into something else instead. Background is var background. There is a way to set a default, right? I think there is. Custom property fallback. Okay, yeah, that is the way. We might extract this into its own thing later. Probably will. This is starting to seem a little bit iffy. Anyway, the reason why we're doing that, because the pool, this should now be card. And this should also now be card. But then text color equals white. Background is equal to black. So they're reversed. That is clearly not working. Haha, what did we change? Card is not defined. Well, finally you complain about that. Cover background, is this? Because we don't want it to hover or anything. Let me welcome back. We have now made it first and last. I don't remember if you were here for this. We've now made it first and last and are started to end up with styles that are a little bit Svelte doesn't handle these very well because now you end up having to mix CSS in your template, which is something that I prefer not to do, but it is one of the simpler ways of handling this. So we're doing that. Should I turn this into a component? Maybe. But it's only for the two things here, so maybe not. In any case, that's now stops the hover from happening. I'm changing the colors. So that looks okay. 2 more viewers. Nice. Hey, Loman, welcome in. Thanks for the raids. Hello, raiders. My name is Penbu. I'm programming, puzzle gaming, and music making VTuber on Linux. I would shout you out, but I did that earlier, and Twitch has its cooldown. But yeah, I hope your programming went well. For anyone who's just coming in, it didn't. Well, I suppose that's why you're back so early. So anyway, for anyone who's coming in, we are making a web app for something I need in the future. I can't tell you what it is yet, but the design here is we have this preview area, we have this pool of items. You're supposed to be able to drag these items into this line area here in a way that's ordered. So we haven't gotten the drag and drop bits yet, but we do have pretty much everything else. But yeah, if any of you need to raid and run, please feel free. Take care of yourself and whatever. But otherwise, this is a work session, so if you have anything you want to be productive on, feel free to take this time to be productive. And if not, then enjoy the programming, I guess. Yeah, we are working in Svelte. Unfortunately, this I don't like mixing the CSS with the template, but Svelte doesn't really have a good way of passing down CSS through CSS. So this is the way we're doing it for now. What have I added? When was the last time you were here? I think we were working on this area, and we just finished that. We're now adding this top bit here, in which I realized we can just reuse the same component as this, so that was some of the work saved there. Enhanced it so that we have now first and last labels, which is useful for this. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what we added, the top bit. I gotta get to Dame back tomorrow if you're streaming. I will not be streaming for the rest of the week. vt.ca/schedule. You can check out my schedule here. I'm only streaming for today because I have stuff that I need to get done. So most weeks I stream from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, but not this week. So next week should be, actually next week not gonna be a normal week either because I can't stream on Friday, and I can't stream on Thursday. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure out what next week's gonna look like. It's probably gonna be a bit sparse, but we'll see. Yeah. Good luck with your game dev. Be there, okay. I'll hope to see you there. What am I going to be doing? So assuming I do stream on Wednesday. Usually Wednesdays are my programming streams. We'll figure out what to do with that. Yeah, Wednesdays are usually the programming streams. Thursdays are the gaming streams, and the Fridays are the music streams. But on weird weeks, sometimes I'll change that up because I don't have three days to work with. So we'll see. We'll see what I feel like doing. Yeah, when you hover over this, the preview changes, including when we do it here, because that's important. So if to be able to drag this over here, you do need to know what the rest of them, the rest of the cards here look like. So that's fine. If can we break this up? Should we break this up? Card, that's all part of that. That's okay. Item thumb is now a card. I think. It should be. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Why doesn't it show there? Oh, right, because Atom Thumb was not a thing until now. Yeah, okay. We can work with that. Git commits, what am I looking at? Add line. Add ordered line. Fill out ordered line area. This reuses the pool component since its contents are also shows like a large commit. That's fine. It's fine. Like I said, this is largely a one-time thing. I don't need to be too clean here. The reason the pool components and the contents are also a line of items. Because I think normally this bit no, it's fine. Yeah, I was gonna say this bit is probably gonna be a commit by itself. The ability to add first and last. Pool component now it takes in labels for the two ends. Which are used by the line area, line instance. Okay. So now I want to redo this so that it isn't a grid. Or maybe instead of line, call this ordered and unordered. And then instead of grid, we have display flex. So we don't even need display flex at all. So we don't need this. Get rid of this. We have dot unordered display flex. Actually, that's probably all that we need. Display grids. Grid is going to be preview pool. Means we do want those as well. We're going to be unordered. Display grids. No, I did say flex. Display flex. So that we can move. You know what? No, we'll stick to grid. Okay, so we're gonna undo all that. We're gonna undo all that, and then line is just gonna get margin bottom, padding bottom, border bottom, border bottom 1px solid black. Separator. We'll just do it this way. Grid area, separator. Border 1px solid black. Does this have a width? Haha, okay. Gap 1 EM. We'll have 1 EM all around. Probably fine. Let's say width is 50%. Width is 75%. Width is 100%. Yeah, that's probably fine. Actually, do we have grid lines? Do grid separators. Do we have grid separators? Yes. Surely this has to exist. Column rule. Might not exist for Is this a thing that we can use? Browser support, Chromium based browsers, because of course it does. Oh, it's baseline widely available, so no, it should be available now. Column rule is property dash maroon 3px. Auto inline. Yeah, this should be a thing that we can use. So no, don't bother with the separator. Row rule. The rule shorthand, we can just use a rule. Limited availability. Alright, that's fair. So we do still need a separator. Which means column rule isn't available for, because it isn't a thing yet. Yeah, okay, it's not available in Firefox. grids. Yeah, I don't think this exists yet. No, but it works. Clearly it works. Yeah, no, it clearly works. But does it work for grids? I'm gonna refresh just for good measure here. Does it work for grids? Has no effects on this element. It's not a multi-column container. Column count 2. But it's supposed to work for grids. You know what? I don't know if I care enough. Or we're just gonna make this preview grid area preview border right 1 px solid black. Border left. I think it's gonna be better if we do border left here. Border left padding 1 EM. A separator here. I want the gap to be not this. Make this really, really long. Okay, so it doesn't actually matter. That's fine. Which means we can do border right on this. And it should look okay. What happened to my HMR? Or it should look largely okay anyway. Some preview. It's fine. Gonna look a little bit janky, I think, without the initial, but that's okay. Add separators between grid elements. Source routes page equals title. Style dot title text align censure. That looks a little bit better. Well, actually, this is going to have to change. I think the title has to be within the app. Maybe. Yeah, I think the title has to be within the app because this is going to be configurable. The title is going to be configurable. So one of the things that we end up doing here is that most of the text here is going to be configurable, and we need to have it persisting. So this is configurable, this and that configurable. The list of items is going to be configurable. We're going to need to build something that allows us to rate those items, or maybe I don't have to. We'll see. Because at the moment, the only one who needs to make items is me. I don't necessarily need to make an item builder, because that's more effort. If I can just do it and script it, then I don't necessarily need an item builder. But I think the H1 here is going to need to come in. Yeah, I think that's probably going to need to come in and be configurable. I could have it bind. Probably bind so we can go upwards. Git commit -m censor main title. I'll make the fonts look better later. But even like this actually doesn't look too bad. Okay. Now we need to do the drag and drop thing. Now we got to figure out how to do that. So the items here is probably going to end up being pool items or unordered items, and the other one's going to be ordered items. And they're both going to be state. But we got to figure out how to do the drag and drop thing. What was this one? So a simplified example shows where to place the attributes. Use D&D zone. How do we start? Set up. I don't need to do that. There's some types of D&D events. Use generics to set the type of items you're expecting in D&D events. Simply add it as a type to that D&D event. D&D zone. Let items that handle sorts. On consider, on finalize. Single list with animation. I do want the animation. I should probably add a background to all these cards. No, they already have backgrounds. Import D&D zone from Svelte's D&D action. Imports flip from Svelte's /animate. Section, use D&D zone flip duration on consider. We're gonna need this, we're gonna need this. Full of items on hover. On finalize. Div animate flip. I think this actually has to be inside of pool. It has to be inside of pool, doesn't it? It shouldn't it? Yeah, I think that has to be inside of pool. So pool is going to need D&D zone. Probably. That's gonna move to there. We will probably still need to do something there, but for now, we can at least sort inside of the area here. Item thumb is this. On hover is this. Animate flip is equal to duration 300. Yeah, thereabouts. This type of directive is not valid on component. Of course it is. If I would have rather not have done this, but fine. Can I do Svelte fragment? Is this a thing I can do? Must be a direct child of components. No, of course not. Style equals display contents. I'm hoping we can just get rid of that in the tree. Inside of a name slot. Snippets don't create a wrapping element. Well, that's fine. We have a display contents. We animate flip on this so that we have each of these as flipping. And then we have also D&D zone handle sort. Handle sort. On finalize items is equal e.detail.items. Oh, we're gonna have to bind items, aren't we? Yeah, we're probably gonna have to do that. Bindable props Svelte, because I know there's something you have to do for this one. Is equal to bindable. Yeah, you have to do something special for this. And then now we don't have to do the whole on-sort and stuff. On reorder, on sort function on sort is equal to e, some sort of event here. I don't know what it is. E dot or items is equal to e dot. Grace, welcome in. Do you like Chinese Communist Party? I'm not going to answer that. I have no opinion. And yeah, that gets your time up. It's quite the question to ask when you have you said nothing else. On consider, on finalize, on drag handle zone. Hold on. On consider, on finalize, and here you have e.detail.items. What is this? It is a custom events D&D. Maybe that's how you do it actually, because you need to dot detail. Item type. D&D events. Which means this is going to be a D&D event of type item. I think. Yes. Yeah, probably. And then we need on here maybe this actually does need to be a whole div. Use D&D zone. Where's the animate? Oh, this is without animation. Where's the one with animation? This is the one with animation. And what's the difference? Oh, yeah, just a little bit smoother. There. I don't know if I care, actually. Div class sortable. Div class sortable this style equals display contents, which should allow us to pass through and still have it be affected by Flexbox. We're effectively only using this for this bit here, because we need a node. We need a node to attach it on. It's going to be use D&D zone. Use :D&D zone equals items. Flip duration MS is 300s. Probably be not 300s. Probably just 100. Now we have on consider. We're going to handle sort, and then on finalize, we'll handle sort, and then hopefully that should just work. Almost. Almost. There's a whole thing down there that's not correct. So the pool, each item, wait, how did this get here? No, that's actually correct. No, this goes here. It's not correct. Hold on, let's take out the flip, because I don't think we necessarily need that for now. Because this is without the animation. Save item title. There's items. So we get rid of this. We get rid of this. We don't have a flip. And then somehow it just gets taken out of the thing here. Why? Grid. Can we have grid? Each object in the array has to have an ID property with a unique value within all D&D zones. It's fine. Flip duration MS. Type. Drag disabled. Morph disabled. Morph disabled. Drop from other is disabled. Zone item. Transform dragged element. Auto aria disabled. Delay touch start true. Number and false. Consider dispatch event when dragged element needs to make room for itself in a new position. Host is expected to update the items list so you can keep a copy of the original list if you need to. Finalize dispatched on the target origin D&D zones. As an event, you want to save the items to the server, for example, which is what we have there. Expectation is the same for both event handlers. Update the list of items. In both cases, the payload is the same, an object with two attributes, item and info. In most cases, don't worry about it. Accessibility. We don't actually care about too much in this case. Drag handles. There's lots of examples. I need a list of examples in a grid. Or not necessarily a grid, but I don't think I need a drop zone. I don't really need that. That's fine. But I need for this to... Why is it doing that? Why is it all the way over here? How did you manage to get all the way over here? So D&D action drag, display contents, user select none, cursor grab, place Transform 3D draggable false. What if we don't have contents? What if we don't do this and we just do that? Which is problematic actually, because then when we need to, then it's not, yeah, it doesn't get affected by Flexbox if we need. D&D action dragged elements class this display contents that user select none. Am I doing this wrong? Section use D&D zone items on consider handle sort on finalize handle sort e.detail.items. Why don't we just display block? Does this allow us to sort things? Why do you not allow us to sort things? Handle sort is not that would do it. Handle sort was something we pulled in here. On sort. On sort is an event that takes in a D&D event of type item. Feels a little bit wrong. I shouldn't. It's fine. And return this void. And if that doesn't exist, then we give it that. Something's wrong about this. There's something a little bit wrong about this. Function, handle, sort, handle, unordered. Handle pool sort. Pool items is an array. This is going to be states. e.detail.items. I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, e.detail.items. We got that. Pool items is equal to that. So then we should have. Oh. Only buy into state or props. Pool items, not slice. It's back. On sort has already been declared. We did it there. Right, because it is bindable. We did bind the thing, and it shouldn't need to... and we end up with the same thing. Forgot, I already did unsort here. Which actually means we don't need to do this and do this. We will need that eventually. Pool item state. Combine items. Pool items. Pool items.slice. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong here though. Okay, so it's not even doing that either. Whether it's flex or whether it's block, I don't think it matters. Let me switch to Svelte 5. Okay, this still works in 5, so there's something else here. So this does work. As I'm clearly doing something wrong. Why is this not state? Why is that not state? Let local items equal items. Local items is equal vtuber.items. Each local items is that. Local items is that. So it's the same thing. So that's not the issue here. I wouldn't expect it to be the issue either. Does this work here? No. No. No, it does not. On consider, handle sort, on finalize. Each item says items. Svelte 5 prefers on consider and on finalize over on colon consider and on colon finalize. But it works both ways as long as it's consistent within a file. But that's fine. Oh, it's custom events. Once again, TypeScript is not actually complaining, which is not a good thing. Uh, uh, debug output, overriding ID key name. We have, that's quite a long, that's a long function name. Understandable. Rules to keep in mind, only one element can be dragged at any given time, that's fine. Data represents items when the items of the same type are expected to have the same shape. Items, as in a data object represents an item and one container can be added to another without conversion. Item IDs are unique. Every draggable item must have an ID property called ID. Item IDs are provided as the key for each block. If you need to make a copy of an item, you allocate a new ID for the copy upon creation. Items in the list are passed in are in the same order as the children of the container. Any data that should survive when items are dragged around and dropped should be included in the items array that is passed in. The host component must refresh the items that are passed into the custom action when receiving. Consider and finalize events. Do not omit any handler. The library assumes it is okay to add a temporary item to the items list in the array of the DND zones while an item is dragged around. Generally fine. Svelte's built-in transitions might not play nice with this library. Luckily, it's an easy issue to work around the examples above. But why is a super basic example not working? Is it because we need to give it actual heights? Is that it? Because what if we don't give it heights? And we don't give it widths? And we don't do this? Then it still gives us the thing, and then we don't give it a height either. It's working? Am I missing something here? Can we do display flex? Oh. 5. Where's the thing to reload? Okay, whatever. Style. Class is equal to item. Item. No, that's not it. Section. Section. Display. Flex. We already have. Oh, we already have a style. Oops. Section. We already have it actually here. Display flex. And that works. What's wrong with my code? Why is it all the way down there? Oh wait, hold on. Handle sorts? Handle sort. This is on sort. ID D&D shadow placeholder 0. Well, But it's certainly not what we want here. It's getting there. It's getting there. State items. Function per persist items. Function persist items is going to be items is equal to display art. Items is display items is equal to e.detail.items. That should work. Hopefully. There is still this major issue where we have that happening. And I don't know... I don't know exactly how to fix that. Well, I mean, I don't know what's wrong to begin with. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why this is not working. Because this just works. Debug output, but no debug output is... Okay, we're going to set debug true. Just so we can see what's happening in the console here. That's a lot of stuff. Each key block has a duplicate 0,2 and index is 0,1. That's what this is. D&D, good to go. The option is that. And then we get this major thing here. Each key block has duplicate keys 0, 1, and index is 0 and 1. And we're gonna get another duplicate for what, 20? We're gonna cut this first, actually. That might be causing issues. Okay, that's a different kind of problematic. Okay. This is not what we need. I think it's registering it because it's the same components. I think we might actually need this on the outside. I need this to be a D&D zone. Interesting. Why would it do that? Can I name the D&D zone? Probably. Where is the little table of things here? Type, drag, disabled, morph, disabled, tab zone, indexed, whatever. Auto area disabled, center dragged on cursor, display. Where is the name? We do want them all to have the same type because we do want them to be intermingled here, or interoperable. Don't tab index. Allow users to set custom tab index. List container not dragging. Drop target style. Note the styles override any inline styles apply to D&D zone. Drop target class. Do I actually have to put it on the outside? Can I not have the same elements be dragged? Transform dragged elements. So I would rather not have to, because this is where the each is. So I feel like we have to have it here. Use D&D zone items, display items. On consider when it's a different item set, right? Okay, what if we have two drop zones? Multiple D&D zones, multiple types. Can't mix the light and the dark side, which is fine. List items 1, list items 2. So this is doing the same thing here, right? D&D zone, type light, type dark. On consider, handle sort, on finalize, style type equals dark, background color, animate flip, whatever. But it should just work. Am I missing something? Should it not be bindable? Is that the issue here? Should it just not be bindable? No, clearly there's something else going on here. Hello? Do I use the other one? Do I use the other library if I can't figure this out? We've been going on for almost 4 hours. Display contents. Do I need this anymore? I don't think I need this anymore. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that. I don't remember what I needed that for. So question then, why is it going all the way over there? Is there something in card that causes it to do that? Shouldn't be. Is it this? Is it this? The div class card? It might actually be, yes. Display inline block. Oh, that's definitely part of it. But this really shouldn't be going over here. This actually doesn't make any sense. Why do you have items going from here to here when it's all the same zone? Because clearly this example is working with the same deal. Right, you have a list component that has a D&D action inside of it. And then you have the items in Svelte 3 that you can bind from the outside. So there's no explicit bindable thing. In Svelte 5 you need that, but not in Svelte 3. On finalize, handle, sort. So for us we have a two-stage thing. I'm going to 720. I'm gonna make this 5 just to make it easier to work with. Clear the things here. What do we see in the console? Drag start config that. D&D will update new options. Placeholder 0. This is a placeholder 1, 3, 4, 5. Pointer D&D zone will update new options. This pointer D&D zone. Keyboard pointer 345 2 3 4 5. Pointer, yeah, that's because we dragged it. Dropped in zone this. Is it the display contents that's an issue? I'm gonna do this. Okay, that's a start, sort of, I guess. So I think part of the problem is definitely that it was display contents, but then we have other issues. No, actually, we'll definitely have issues if that's the case. Okay, hold on. So what if we do the... So what if we put this over here? And we're just going to allow the first and last to be sortable for now. Because I feel like this is giving us some issues. We can ignore the before and after label, because those shouldn't be sortable, but other than that, it's fine. That's an issue, actually. Oh, you know why? It's because the ID for this is I think I might need to change something. It's not ID anymore. It's going to be like short name. Okay. It's not going to be item ID anymore. It's going to be label here. This is going to be, and then in item. Not that kind of item. Fine. Fine, I'm gonna have to go there. Label the string. Label is this. The noun label is not going to change. Welcome back rather. I came back after my stream ended early because my dad is mad at me, but it's whatever. Oh. How many times are you streaming now? Is this your third stream of the day? Not that I'm complaining, of course. Unless you were talking about earlier. Okay, so item not label is for that, and then for preview, which I had here somewhere. There it is. Preview, we're going to have this as, instead of item.id, this is item dot. I don't remember putting that there. I think I'm going to have to restart Vim. I don't remember. I don't actually know why it does that at times. But okay. We're gonna put this back. We're gonna put this back. Yeah, we're gonna put that back there. What am I looking at? We're gonna put that back there, and I think everything else should be fine. No, actually everything's not fine. We need this class sortable. Sortable needs to be inside of here. but sortable needs to have display contents so that we don't actually see. We don't actually see the thing. Okay. So we're back to the same issue that we had before. And now we're stuck still with the code not working. Because I see it, like it's here. It's updating, sort of. Kind of, not really. Dropped in drop zone, this thing. Unwatching dragged element, unobserving, resetting index caches, pointer D&D zone will update with new options. Because it for some reason drops it in here. But okay. So it goes down there for some reason. Hold on. We're gonna not use display items. We're just going to have items. Items is equal to this. We're gonna have this. Persist items and display items. It's gonna be the same. Hello. Pool items. Pool items. Bind items. Pool items. Estate. Function handle pool sort. Which we don't need anymore because we have it over here. Handle item hover. That's fine. I don't know. I think this might be something to look at later. I've been going on for about 4 hours now. Pool items. Persist items, handle sort, that's fine. Okay, so the example that we have here has multiple, so this is basically the example, or the, okay, what if we ignore type? So that we can actually mix them. Ooh, fancy transition. But yeah, this works. What if we do on consider and on finalize? I don't think that's going to change anything. Yeah, it doesn't change anything. As it said, like it shouldn't change anything. Custom active drop zone styling. Also, yeah, another reason why is this not position Why is this not positioning properly? Because it goes all the way down to the bottom. Which is not what you want. You want position absolute. Each display item as thing. Do I need a div? Do I need a div here to say that? Okay, so I need a div. Clearly. Does this work? No, something else is wrong. Get bounding client rect undefined. Like, okay, so it sees. Do I need to give it explicit heights? Okay, I removed all these and it was fine without them. Global red text, drop target style, background color, yeah, it's whatever. Oh, it is state. Okay, hold on. So it is. We're gonna bring back display items. I don't expect that to change anything. It almost does. It almost does. I can drag. So items is display items. Oh. The reason it didn't work earlier was because this didn't have items in it. But it's the same thing. Okay. So display items I think is the more correct way to handle this. Because we need a commit stage, or we need a stage before we commit to it. Oh, you know what? I think instead of the before label and an after label, what if we do? I didn't want to do this because I would have liked to reuse the cards, but okay, fine. What if we don't do that? Div class pool justify data before is equal to before label and data after is equal to after label. And then we have here pool. Constants attributes before label. Contents attribute after label. And this is going to be after, before, after, and now we've just completely gotten rid of it. Data before, data after. Forgot. CSS requires that. Where did you go? Div class flex sortable display contents, and then we don't have display contents here. And we have that inside of this instead. Get rid of the div. Get rid of the div. Well, it's certainly something. But I don't know why the before and after isn't working. Where's my before and after? Div class pool. Contents. Oh no, it's because I'm missing a I'm missing a semicolon. Data after label is not set. Data before data. Gotta use the correct things here. 1 px solid black, border radius padding, font size smaller. I really do not like this solution. But it'll work. Well, that's the important part. Background black, font color is white. This because it's kind of back in code and chat. All right, good luck on the coding. I don't like this because yeah, I don't like this because it kind of removes the reason why, or it goes against the reason why we got rid of card in the first place, or why we extracted card in the first place. But I do need it in the list like this. Internet went out. I'm glad you got it back. Before label, after label, and show after label. I think this should be enough. .show after label. Yeah, because if it doesn't exist, it won't do it. Otherwise, it will. There is still the issue of it just completely disappearing. And it is possible that we just switch to the other one. Because we do have a backup. But I didn't like how it's how it didn't have the. And like I said, this might just be a styling thing. I didn't like how it didn't do it immediately. But it might be easier to use. Use draggable container. Use droppable container. Callbacks. Draggable items use draggable. Make any element draggable with a draggable option. Droppable container. Use droppable. You create drop zones within droppable action. Global states. D&D state. Access real-time drag states. AI reference. I don't know. This feels like it's a little bit cleaner. It makes fewer assumptions or something. But I'm still not sure why we're not seeing this. Why that's disappearing. Okay, so handle sort items console.log debug sort items. Idea of a game is a vampire survivor game where you are a blood being who has a blood sword and GN. Not sure what GN stands for here. With normal vampire survival skill upgrades, I'll add on to it as I go. Alright, well that sounds pretty interesting. Gun, okay. Okay. We're gonna do this and persist. E.detail. No, actually, we can just do items for both. Now, is it a problem that it's a proxy? It shouldn't be. So Svelte for bindable objects bindable objects and for state. It uses proxies for that. Actually, specific. Okay. Yeah, bindable objects and state, they use proxies for it to handle the reactivity portion, so they can hook into it. Now, I don't know if that's what's causing issues. It could be. Why are the items all proxies? Oh yeah, of course they are. Of course they are. And then why do they just completely disappear after that? I don't know. I think this might be I mean, I said this earlier. I think this might be time to just step away and work on this another time. But also, I don't know. Maybe not. Because the items are there. It is actually being up. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this needs to change. Of course, the display items aren't being. No, but even then, the items are being. The items are not being updated. Why? Now we might have to do this just because of how the proxy stuff works. Maybe. So then we don't end up assigning a proxy to a proxy, which might cause issues. But even then, that was the issue because we were assigning proxy to proxy. Okay, well, good to know. Your console log contains state proxies. Consider using inspect. That's fine. I don't care. These are all debugs anyway. Okay, so that's one thing. Can we bring this back? Can we have the cards back? I should have just give class equals sortable. I'm gonna div here with that there, that's there. Style is equal to display contents sortable. Do that and hopefully we get this back. And then instead of false, we have the before label and after label. I would prefer to have this in template rather than in CSS. And it causes issues because it's in the thing. Right. No, actually, we can just put that over here. Having it outside will, or having it scoped to the list will make it not cause issues. Except it doesn't like that it's display contents. I think we might have to go back to the other one. Oh, alright, fine. Fine, go back. Do it the CSS way. Well, the good thing is, this does work. And it works the way I expect it to. Except I can't move this back, because it's zero height. I think we need to give it a minimum height. Yeah, if we give it a minimum height, then it's not an issue. And I'm gonna actually still drop into it. I may want to consider flipping. So now we have import flip. Do not debug mode. Flip. Flip. Duration MS. $300s. What happened to the animations? Oh right, because I didn't actually animate. Animate flip. Animate flip is equal to duration flip duration MS. It's a lot smoother, but we're gonna put this back to 100s. $200, that's a little bit too fast. Yeah, that feels more correct. That is smooth and responsive. Okay, well, at minimum, this is enough to. No, this is not enough because I do need to have persistence. I think that's gonna have to happen off stream because I'm not streaming the rest of the week. We'll see, but at least we got the drag and drop working. That's good. I just gotta clean this up. On sorts, get rid of that. We may actually, well, once we have the persistence working, we may need to bring that back. But for now, we can just keep this as a bindable item. And then we can have because there's a, what was it? Svelte used to have, and still has for compatibility reasons, signals, which can observe a value or something like that. And persistence can happen through that, or persistence can be triggered through that, rather. I don't know what the new way is anymore, but it should be something similar. And weird internet, yeah, it happens. Yeah, it might be a region thing, or it might be an ISP thing. It could be a number of things, actually. Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate, but that's fine. I mean, I guess we'll just have the card. These cards be whatever. Card. Inline block, 1px solid black. Borders radius 1ax, padding is 0.5. That's why it looks weird. Yeah, that looks better. Min height 1 EM, 3 EM. Yeah, or maybe that's fine. How do I get this animates the size, the heights? Maybe I animate the flip over here. That's there. Yeah. I'm sure it can feel that way. Maybe I animate it here too. Animate flip. Animate flip. Duration is flip duration ms. Or maybe I just set a transition on corrective must be the only child of a key. Okay. Never mind. Transition heights. Transition on this. I don't remember how to use this. 200 ms. So I think it was 200? 200, yeah. So much for transitioning the heights. Do I need to do something else? Do I need to set animate? No, ease out is probably correct here. So much for the height. Now, I don't know if I care enough. This is going to be one time compared to all the other times. Different states may be defined by using hover or active, dynamically setting using JavaScript. Yeah, I think it's no, it's fine. Okay. Pool items and states, so we can give it a thing now. Handle pool sort we don't need. We may need that later, but not for now. Items is an empty array there. Pool, we now bind to pool items. We have on item hover. But that was there before. But yeah, now the new thing here is binding the pool items. Display inline blocks so that it stays looking like this when we move it around. We add a new label so that when the ID that yeah, so when we have an ID, because this thing sets an ID because that's the it puts in a mock item, and so then when we have an ID it doesn't explode, and then we add the D&D actions here. We have a new thing for display items. That's going to be a state. Flip duration, we can probably move that up. Where is the best place to put this? Probably here. Probably here. It feels like it gets a little bit lost, but that's sure fine. That I'm going to need to clean up. Got a before label, got an after label. Use D&D zone on consider on finalize. That's fine. And then now instead of just a plain each, we have an each with a div inside. And then we get rid of these cards because we don't use them anymore. Unfortunate. I don't know, label, item label, label. Those are tabs. I'll fix that later. Maybe I don't have to fix it, it's fine. Git commits, git add dash a, git commits. Add D&D drag and drop functionality. Enable drag and drop. A new property, new item property called label. New label property on the item has been created to avoid conflicts with Svelte. Was it Svelte D&D action? D&D action using using ID internally. A new label property on the item has been created as a short display name to avoid conflicts with Svelte D&D action using ID internally. Yes. Would help if I spelled that right. Okay. This for the most part works. We're missing persistence. And import and exports. But at least this works. I don't know if I'm going to end up doing that on stream. It would be nice to have done that on stream just so we can at least see how it's done, but I don't know if I have time to do that. Maybe this will be a guerrilla stream, or maybe it won't. We'll see. And then Twitch is an ad, so I'm going to stall until we're back. Is there anything else we can do here? First and last. So the reason why I didn't want to have this as CSS is because this is meaningful content, and you shouldn't have meaningful content inside of CSS. However, I do need these labels to be or rather, I have a feeling the other one would have probably solved this issue, because it doesn't assume that that the list is, or at least I don't think it assumes that the list is necessarily everything in the list is complete. I'm not even making any sense here. Everything in the list is draggable, because you have to use draggable, use droppable. But I don't know. Maybe it just isn't. Anyway, now that Twitch is back from ads, welcome back, Twitch. As I was saying, I don't think I don't know if I'm gonna have a chance to stream the rest of this. So missing here are import, export, and persistence. Those two things. And it would have been nice to do it on stream, but I don't know if I have time to do that. So if I don't turn that into a Gorilla stream, I'm just gonna finish this off stream. Like I said, you will see this again in the future, in the near future, maybe in the next month or so. So by the next time you see it, if I don't work on this again on stream, it will be finished. Yeah. Next week's gonna be also another weird week, because I can't stream on Friday. I probably can't stream on Thursday either, so it leaves Wednesday as the only day I can stream. So we'll see about that. Yeah, we'll see. It's possible I might stream this Friday, but that will be a Gorilla stream that I will mention if I will or not. If you're not in the Discord, that is not how you spell Discord. Discord, you can join there. We have a channel for programming. It's also where you can find notifications for streams and Gorilla streams, especially. It is not working. 4.5 hours in. I think that might be about it for the programming streams then. Today is Wednesday. I have no more streams scheduled for the rest of the week, but like I said, if a Friday stream happens, I will let you know. I can't stream tomorrow. Yeah, okay. I think we'll leave it there. Twitch, stick around. We're gonna find something to raid. For anyone who's new here, my name is Penbu, and the programming, puzzle gaming, and music making VTuber on Linux. We made this. You will see again in the near future. Yeah. So Twitch, stick around. We'll find someone to raid. YouTube with the person I'm dual streaming. If the person I find is dual streaming, we'll also send you there manually. I can't do the automatic redirects because we don't have enough subscribers for that yet. Need to get up to 1,000. We're about 700 short. Yeah. Okay. I am not working anymore. Thank you all for coming. We'll see you next time, and good night. Yeah, we'll find someone to raid. Bye. think I may have found someone. Gonna double check here various things. Okay, not dual streaming. And now we gotta wait for Agile. Alright, we're gonna stall here for about a minute and a half. Do not want to dump you in a bunch of ads. But yeah. I don't know. This program I think is. How long do I think is it gonna take to add persistence? Because the longest part that took us for this, I think, was figuring out the D&D portion. Mostly because of proxies. I actually want to do something with proxies in the future. I haven't quite figured out what exactly, but proxies are interesting because it lets you potentially subvert expectations. You can, what was it? There was an example in MDN where it says you can trap the delete function, the delete operator, and then instead of deleting the property that you asked for, you can just create an entirely new one. I don't know. That sounds fun. But okay, I think the ads might be done on their side. Yes, the ad break is finishing now, so we're gonna go ahead and read over it. YouTube, thank you for coming. It doesn't seem like you're dual streaming, so we're gonna call it there. Twitch, we're gonna go raid Drakraz. I've never seen them around before, but they are doing some sort of game development here. This is the raid message. If you'd like to participate, you can go ahead and copy that, paste it in when we get there. Yeah. Enjoy the game dev. Yes. Okay. Alright. We'll keep it there. Let's leave it there for now. Thank you for coming. Again, watch out to see if I will stream on Friday or not, or otherwise it's going to be next week. Yes, okay. Night. Enjoy the game dev, and we'll see you next time. Bye.